Good evening, everybody. Going to call to order the Planning and Zoning Commission in the city of Howe, Texas at 6:01 p.m. So first order of business, discuss, consider, and act upon approving the minutes from the April 16th, 2024 meeting. Have a motion to approve.
I'll motion to approve them.
Okay, have a second?
Second.
All in favor? That's good to go. Number 2, discuss and consider and act upon the preliminary and final plat of Price's Duke Street addition to the city of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, being a replat of the Jabez Hanning Survey abstract number 544, being an addition to the city of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, containing 0.986 acres of land, property ID 152612. Monty, I think you got the big of that one.
This is the Duke Street replat. They came in a couple of months ago, maybe back, I think it might have been November actually. They came in and tried to replat it with duplex, and that was denied. However, this looks pretty clean to me, and I would recommend approval. It meets all requirements for SF2. There's no designated other change in zoning, so I think this is, in my opinion, pretty straight and easy, straight and forward.
Questions? James? Oh. Yep. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Open it up for public comment. All right, we'll close public comment. All right, questions?
No, I looked at the plat and I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It seems to meet all the requirements. So I looked at it online, Monty, so I'm okay with making a motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor? All right. Next order of business, number 3, discuss, consider, and act upon a final plat for Noble Ridge Phase 1A, being a 42.063 acre tract of land located in the Mary Milner Survey, abstract 776 in the city of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, property ID 438348. Get that right here. Hang on.
Leave public comment.
Yeah, obviously.
So I'll give them
Yeah.
a chance.
It's just a final plat. I don't see anything of unordinary about the plat. You've approved the preliminary plat previously, so I think this is just a formality.
Open it for public comment. Noble Ridge. Okay. Close public comment. Any questions? No? Got a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. A
I'll
second?
second.
All right. All in favor? Next one, number 4, is discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 819. So I'm gonna read that real quick. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, amending Howe zoning ordinance as amended to rezone a tract of land consisting of plus or minus 91.31 acres of land located in the Lemuel, I hope I said that right, Thornburg Survey, abstract number 1215, and the WA Park Survey, abstract number 925, situated in Grayson County, Texas, and being all of a 91.25 acre tract of land conveyed to the ARC STX Holdings LLC by deed of record in volume 4740, page 315 of the official records of Grayson County, Texas, in the city of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, heretofore temporarily classified as an agricultural district until permanent zoning is established by the City Council, providing that the tract is hereby rezoned as a planned development district and placed in the Planned Development District 7, so PD7, zoning classification, describing the tract to be rezoned, providing a penalty clause, savings and repealing clause, severability clause, and an effective date, and providing for the publication of the caption hereof.
Let me just give a brief description of this. As you remember, this is a property that was annexed into the city a few months back, I think in February, and that was a huge benefit to the city of Howe. Because of the annexation, they have to now have, they have to go by city ordinances, and, when you're not annexed, you are in the unincorporated area, which gives you just about the ability to do almost anything you want outside of city control. So it was a huge benefit for the city of Howe for them to annex in. That gave us the option it gave us the requirement actually to zone them, since they had intended that property for residential development. And that's the zoning that we're going with here. This is really just a zoning change. The PD7 gives us a little bit more control than just straight flat zoning at SF1, but that is our largest zoning, SF1. So they would have to meet all requirements in that SF1, which would mean 70 footage on the front, 110, at least 110 in the back, but these are half-acre lots, and that's another advantage for the city of Howe, because we see our ETJ blowing up with acre and half-acre lots, and some of that wealth we're not able to capture. Well, this gives us the ability to bring some of those different types of property into the city of Howe. Now, they'll be on septic. It won't tie into our wastewater because we don't have the capacity just yet. But we think and we feel that this is a good product for the city of Howe based on the lot sizes. And in the PD7, we were able to add some things that we normally couldn't, such as trees in the front yard, in each front yard. We've got sod coming up in the front yard all the way to the side yards, 5-foot sidewalks. So there were some things that we were able to do with a PD7, with this PD7, and what we wouldn't have been able to do just blanketed SF1. So that is, James, if I'm leaving anything out, let me know, but that's kind of where our stance is.
Let's open that one up for public comment. Yes, sir. Sure, please.
My name is Kent Louder. My wife Lynn and I own about 95 acres immediately to the south of this property. We actually live outside the city limits on Llewellyn Road, but we own that adjacent property. I appreciate the opportunity today to get to talk to you all. We've been in the community for a little over 35 years, so we're still relative newcomers, right, to the area, right? This in our property that's, let's say, immediately to the south of this 91 acres, so we share this southern boundary, and we're actually the only property in the city limits that has a boundary with this 91 acres. So the 91 acres on the west side is railroad and not in the city limits. On the north side and on the east side are not in the city limits, and that turns out to be important later, but we'll get to that. Now, in general, I want to say that we're supportive of quality, low-density housing on this property. We believe that the east side over here, there's a great opportunity for lower density housing than what we've seen in some of the new developments and that kind of thing, which would be good for the community. And for what we understand is the plan for this property, in principle, we support that. But there's a lot of issues with the way this is being gone about, and there's a lot of risks with it. And so our current position is that we protest this right now. And I want to go through this, and it's going to take a little bit. And for those of y'all, family members that came to see your new council people sworn in, I apologize for the delay. But there are a number of things that I want to go through here on this, okay? In the things that I'm talking about here, these are not unreasonable from the standpoint of a developer in a city would expect to have to address these sorts of things with it, okay? And a big part of this is addressing risk. And what I mean here is, for instance, let's say, in fact, maybe, hopefully someday, we'll be talking about doing something on the property that we own. We've not gotten to that yet, but maybe someday we'll get to do that. And so when we would come forward with a plan and plats and all those things, I wouldn't want y'all to look at that from the standpoint of, okay, if the day after you approved it, Kenton Land got run over by the proverbial train, the city would still have going to have a good product out there, right? So counting on, well, Kenton Land said they would do this, or they had good intentions or whatever, that doesn't do any good, right? If something happens, and stuff happens, right? And in that case, if we get run over by the train, that property is going to get sold. That's probably what's going to happen, right? It'll end up getting sold to somebody else. Probably not from somebody around here. You look at who owns the property around here. It's not anybody from around here. Might not be somebody from the state of Texas. In fact, we bought it from somebody that lived in Palm Springs, California. It might not be somebody that lives in this country. You know, the Grayson County, because of TI and Globotech, investors have worldwide are paying attention, okay? So you got to think about it from the standpoint if whoever ends up with the property is what we've got here still good. It's good for the city, right, and good for the community in the long term. Okay, so I think y'all probably got a copy of our letter on this, and I want to go down through these things. So the first one is that the zoning ordinance 528, paragraph 20.4.1 states that the conceptual plan shall show the applicant's intent for the use of the land within the planned development district. And there's 91 acres here, and they're showing a plan for 30 of the 91. So the northern 30 up there. The rest of it is a complete unknown, which happens to be the part that's adjacent to our land, right? So it, right off the bat, does not comply with the ordinance, right? It's supposed to be a planned development, and two-thirds of the land, there is no plan for it. So it's hard for us to make an assessment, oh, this will be a good thing, right? Kind of with two-thirds of it not even addressed on there. Also, there's something a little peculiar here is that, so there's two companies that have, that are listed in the ordinance, Rudy Investments and Malachi 310. Malachi 310 owns the northern 15 acres. The remainder is owned by Rudy Investments. The drawing that they show with the lots and streets and all that covers the northern 30 acres. So half of it's owned by, of that 30 is owned by Malachi, half of it's owned by Rudy Investments. I asked, what's the business relationship between Rudy Investments and Malachi? I was not able to get an answer to that. We don't know. The application is only signed by Malachi. It's not signed by Rudy Investments. And talking with the city administrator, Rudy Investments has not been involved in the conversation. So what's the deal there? Big question mark as far as that goes, okay? The second objection, again, the ordinance says the plan shall show the applicant's intent for the use of the land in a graphic matter. It should be supported by written documentation, proposals, and standards for development. No such proposals or standards were submitted with the application. Objection 3, so in the application, on the, if you look at that, going into the, and this is the city's format, on the beginning, on the second page, there's a number of things that are required to be a part of the application that are missing on there. And I'm not going to go into all of them, but I'm going to hit a few highlights here. So the first one is provide written comments from the applicable public school district making any recommendations to the city council. Now, so I'm gonna get on a soapbox here a little bit on this deal, okay? So our community, the schools are a super important part of our community, right? But the schools in the city have different things that they're responsible for. But in the schools, they're not in this process at all, right? So the only way the schools can be a part of this is if the city includes them in it. And the city's form here requires a statement from the school district. And I think this is true, is that there's yet to be one of these statements from the school district for any development so far in Howe, okay? And so as a result, we've got the Tomlin properties deal on the south side, we got Noble Ridge, we've got the Ponderosa Point out here, and between those, it's probably easily a couple of thousand housing units between houses and townhomes and all those things. there's not a single spot for an elementary school, right? So that leaves the schools in the position that they've got to go address that. And you end up with things like an elementary school on the access road, which is not the best thing and not what they wanted, but they were forced to do that. In contrast, with the big development in Dorchester, Centurion American is doing, there's 5 or more school sites planned as part of that, right? So the city has got to force the developers to consider that. Now, this is 91 acres, that's not a big enough development for an elementary school, but we could have, okay, we're going to require this developer to make a contribution to a fund that's going to ultimately go to buy or build a school district, right? Okay? So in a planned development, which is what they're proposing to be zoned here, it's kind of good news and bad news is a planned development is a blank sheet of paper. I mean, there's nothing established with planned development. You've got to go establish everything. So there's a lot of work to be done because of it. You got to make sure you consider everything, but it's also can be a lot of give and take with a developer, right? And that's the time to do it, okay? Before it gets approved is the time to have those conversations and negotiations, okay? There's a requirement to provide comments from the private utilities. That's not included. There's a requirement to include a list of all requested variances, and there's not any, and maybe there are no requested variances, but it'd probably be good to know if there are none. And there's a requirement to reporting the impact on planning, engineering, water utilities, electric, sanitation, building inspections, tax, police, fire, traffic, none of which are addressed, okay? Let's see, well, I think this is an error, but in the PD application, it says proposed zoning is SF1, and yet the ordinance says PD. I think that's probably just an error that needs to be corrected. Okay, objection 5, parks and open space. So the city of Howe has a very good parks and open space ordinance. I don't think a lot of people are familiar with it, but in the case of a new development, there's a requirement in there that for every 30 housing units, houses, duplexes, apartment units or whatever, for every 30, there will be an acre of land committed for a park, and not just dedicated for a park, but actually a park built, okay? And so if you have 100, or let's make this easier, if you had 300 units, going to be dwelling units, then there would have to be a 10-acre park dedicated and built. And there's requirements in the ordinance of going from a small park and going to bigger as to what that has to include in there. So for instance, Connections Park out here is a 10-acre park, and what it's going to include pretty much lines up with what the ordinance says, okay? And the ordinance requires the dedication of parkland. There is an option that's been used quite a bit. It's been in lieu of dedication, and there's a payment can be made, okay? A couple of things about it. So the ordinance says it's like $1,623.44 or something. It's kind of funny. It's a funny number, but $1,600 and something dollars. That number is way too low. Maybe it was okay whenever it was established, but it's in the ordinance as that if the council were to allow it, the developer could pay this $1,600 and something dollars per housing unit instead of dedicating land and building a park, okay? All right. All right, so, but the 1,600 is way too low. So, like in Connections Park, a 10-acre park, the money that we're spending there, it's just on improvements, not counting the property itself, is about $2 million, okay? So if you go figure that out, that's 10 acres, so that would work for 300 housing units. How much that would be per housing unit? It's over $6,000, okay? And you go, well, maybe that's not a good example, or maybe that's a high end. Okay, well, let's say there was a requirement for a development was going to do 30 dwelling units, so they would have to do 1 acre. Okay, Well, 1 acre of land around here it sounds crazy, but it's probably $50,000 or more just for an acre of land. Right? And then if you, let's say you go put the piece of equipment that's over here in Memorial Park, the one piece that the city got, that was, I think, $55,000, which was a one-time good deal. So now that's $105,000, just a piece of property and one piece of equipment on it for 30 dwelling units. Well, right, $3,000, right, per, over $3,000 per dwelling unit. So the 1,600 is way out of date, and we need to not use it. Maybe it could be updated, but an important thing about it too is that it's not at the option of a developer. It's the council's decision, okay? The requirement is to dedicate parkland and build a park. Nowhere in this application, this PD, is there anything said, discussed, anything about a park, okay? Huge parks are near and dear to me, okay? So thank you for listening on that. Let's see. So objection 7, we said that there should be a minimum house width, and this is our opinion. But you want a nice, you want it to be a nice looking development. It could be a nice looking development. These lots are going to be 100 foot wide. So you don't want houses built on there that were designed for a 40-foot lot. Y'all know what I mean? You know, they're really narrow in the front and really deep, right, kind of thing. That's not what you want on there. And I'm sure that's not what they're planning. But again, going back to that risk thing, okay, just let's just get it in there, right? Let's be reasonable with it. The objection 7, the front yard setback says 25-foot minimum, and that's what it is for, like, for instance, you know, in these higher density developments, it's 25 foot. These are bigger lots, right? These are a couple 100 foot deep. In the SF-E, which is 1 acre lots, the setback is 50 foot. And so for lots this big, it doesn't make sense for those houses to be that close to the street. That's our opinion on that, but I think that it kind of makes sense. Okay, objection 8. This one is really interesting and perplexing to me. Okay, Exhibit C states on drainage, the city shall not be liable for any issues related to drainage, stormwater, surface water, water detention areas or ponds, or any other water management issues. All such matters shall be the responsibility of the owners. Any detention pond or area must be perpetually maintained by some entity other than the city. Now, I don't know about detention ponds in other cities and if they, who takes care of those. I just don't know about that. But this thing where the city is not responsible to any drainage issues at all is really troubling for me. So first of all, that means that the city engineer, the developer, and the builder don't have to do a good job, right? It turns out to be a drainage issue, not their problem, right? So they don't even have to do a good job right up front on it, okay? And then, in the future, if there is a drainage issue, these homeowners that hadn't even bought a home out there yet and probably aren't gonna know it, and they've got a drainage issue, and they go to the city, and the city's gonna say, not our problem, right? We agreed to this in this amendment this ordinance a long time ago, not our problem. Does that make any sense at all? It doesn't to me. And the drainage system includes curb and gutter of the streets. It includes underground storm drains that are gonna be owned by the city on city right-of-way or under city right-of-way, and yet somebody else is going to be responsible for them. So I don't get this at all, to tell you all the truth. This doesn't make any sense to me. And are we talking about setting a precedent here? Is there some reason just this property is getting this? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. And I would hope that this is not really what was intended, but that's what it says, but maybe something different was intended with it. But that troubles me because, so this was originally on y'all's agenda a month ago, and we responded with all these objections then. And in that month, this did not change, and nobody said anything to us about it or anything. So that makes me think, well, either it is intentional or nobody is going to the trouble of paying attention to the objections that we made, either of which are very problematic, I think, in our opinion. Okay, moving right along. Objection 9. So, all right, dwelling design and materials. So the way this is written right now, as long as a house is at least 1,800 square foot and has a 400 square foot two-car garage on it, anything can be built out there. Anything, right? I'm sure that's not their plan to do just anything, but you could have a big metal building and finish out 1,800 square foot inside of it, right? You could build a 30 foot by 30 foot, 2-story cube and finish outside, put painted masonite on it. Right? That would meet the requirements the way it's written right now. I'm sure that's not what they have planned, but remember that risk thing earlier. Now, the state law got changed so that cities can't enforce some of these things like the exterior materials, but the developer, they can put these things in as deed restrictions in the property deeds, right? And the city can't enforce that, but the other neighbors and adjoining property, they can enforce it through civil action, okay? So things that are reasonable could be put in there with that, right? So we're not asking to do, I think unreasonable and crazy things, but the reasonable things ought to be in there. And there was a question about masonry, exterior materials, and what we generally think of brick and stucco, which is correct. But also the hardy board it's a concrete board. So the hardy board, which is, you're seeing in a lot of homes getting built now, that is a masonry product as well, right? So this would not require, it wouldn't require everybody to have a brick home with that. A lot of other things that we listed on there that ought to be addressed that are not. We recommend, let's just put it this way, a conversation with the developers about, okay, there's 1,800 square foot minimum. How about let's do a mix? Let's get some of them bigger in there, right? So, some number, at least 1,800 square foot, some percent, bigger than that sort of thing. I think that could be good for all around. And I don't know what their plans are. I don't know. All I got was the information that was in the application. Okay. Okay. Objection 10. Okay. Ponderosa Road, is a mess out there. I know the city's planning on doing some work. In fact, maybe they're even starting on doing some work out there. I don't know the specifics, but if we're going to build a development out there and increase the traffic, let's look at the road. I know that's being done over here on Noble Ridge. It can be addressed over here as well. Okay, and the last one is the draft ordinance. There's some things about it that need to be cleaned up, what I'll call lawyerly type things. And we can provide a list of those things if anybody is interested in that. We can do that. Let's see. All right. So a couple other things going beyond what's on this list. So in the ordinance, in the zoning ordinance, let me get to this a minute. On page 11, under Plan Development District, where it's talking about the Plan Development District, it says that it's for a single use or combination of uses requiring flexibility and variety in design to achieve orderly development, this is what's important, with due respect to the protection of surrounding property. With due respect to the protection of surrounding property. We don't feel like that's happened, okay? If anything, we've been ignored on it, and we're not real crazy about that. I'll tell you that. Okay, so another thing is, well, I guess this is a council thing, so I'll skip that one right now. So, all right, so I'm gonna kind of summarize a little bit. So, again, we support quality, low density housing development on the property, absolutely do. But it needs to be done well. It needs to be done correctly, and it needs to be done from the standpoint of looking at risks and risk mitigation, and that has not been done here. And it's not impossible by any means, right? This is doable things. So our recommendation is that this ordinance 819 not be approved, and that Malachi 310, Rudy Investments in the city go back and take another cut at this and see if they can bring something forward that we would all read it and go, this is awesome, right? This is great. This is going to be a good thing for the city, because what we're interested in is something that, 15, 20 years from now is the best possible outcome for the city. In the way this is being done, there's a risk that wouldn't be what we would consider the best possible outcome. Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
Questions for Mr. Ladder?
I don't have questions for him. I'm gonna have to have some questions for Monty and James. So,
Can I just do a rebuttal or
Monty, that's fine.
So in the ordinance, anything that's not stated is covered by other ordinances. So such as Mr. Louder addressed the park fees and the development fees. Well, Malachi 310 is still subject to all of those fees. Road improvement fees, those are still applicable. So the $1,623, that is still applicable on this SF1 zoning. And as far as the SF1 being an error, that's not an error. We're rezoning this SF1 within this PD7. So they will, all we're asking is for them to provide the standards that anyone else would be for SF1. So they will have to abide by those requirements, the setbacks. And as far as the 25 feet off the front of the road, that's the minimum. And generally, you could go further if it was this cup, and if you're on wastewater treatment, if you're sewer, then, throw that house back to 40 feet. We've got septic systems on this property, so you've got to factor that into the back of the property. So, the 25 feet is the minimum. So if Mr. Nunez, who probably will come up here in a moment and state his case, if they can come to some negotiation to where they're all happy and good, well, that's fine with us, as long as they're meeting the requirements of SF1. And that includes, the minimum setbacks and the side yard setbacks. But one thing I want to mention, this is an annexation, and we are duly responsible for zoning this property. And we deem it, since it's a half-acre property, we deem it the best situation right now is SF1. They still will have to go through building codes. So all of the building, all the homes that they go through have to be inspected, and that's a huge thing, because if they didn't annex, they wouldn't have the inspections that they do now. So that's a big benefit to the city of Howe. We do have a road rehab fee that's associated with this property as well. I'm trying to think of all the objections, but if I've missed any, James, just please feel free to address.
Okay, sure. Anyone else? Public comment? Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to ask the gentleman on his opposition number 8, if the developer has done a hydrology study on this land. Talk about water. Have you done, has anybody done a water study? Oh, yeah. Okay, is that available?
Can y'all come up? Can y'all come up to the mic?
Yeah, so everybody can hear.
We're streaming live, so.
Okay. Now you're here.
Either one.
Okay, go ahead.
The question for Mr. Hugh Hawkins was whether a drainage study has been done.
Arthur Nunez, live out just outside of town. I'm the owner of Malachi 310 Construction, and the water issue, the city already has all the requirements, so we're not allowed to produce any more water off the property, even with the new development. And in order to accomplish that, the engineer, which in conjunction with reviewing all the requirements from the county and from the city, and the city engineer have looked at those plans and reviewed them to make sure that we meet the requirements, that we're not producing any more watershed off of the property.
Okay, where's it going?
To the detention pond that we set up on the land.
The pond?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Where will, there'll be some drying off from that 91-acre plot. I mean, south, is that all right?
Correct. No, it goes west. The detention pond is on on the west side of the property.
Okay, so the water is going to basically go to the west?
Correct.
Rather than east?
Correct.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Okay, how can someone get a copy of this study?
The engineering that, Monty is the engineering, our engineering plans can be shared with anyone, correct? Yeah, we don't mind sharing all the engineering plans to review all of those requirements.
Okay, I've been on the county's website, and I can't quite visualize with relation to the Baptist church there, where is your plot of land at?
So the Baptist church is on Bethel Road, correct?
No, it's on Ponderosa.
Well, so the corner of Bethel and Ponderosa, and then our property is going to be on the west side of Ponderosa and about 800 feet to the north.
To the north of the Baptist
Correct.
church, basically.
Correct.
Okay.
Northwest.
Okay, so the study that you're mentioning here, there's no water that comes down
To Ponderosa,
the west side of the highway there.
not to Ponderosa.
Shouldn't be any water there.
Correct.
Okay, good. Okay, the reason I mentioned that, the culvert immediately west of, south of the Baptist church, the first culvert, will accommodate any water coming down the east side of Ponderosa. But the west side,
Doesn't have a culvert.
okay, the west side, if there's any water from your place that comes down and goes to the first culvert under the highway, that within the last 2 years, that has overflowed right there.
Correct. And so the requirements state that we're not allowed to produce any more water running anywhere off our property. So that's why we set aside land within the acreage to be able to retain that water, slow it down.
Get this documentation on it.
You can come see me.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And to address the other objection about the maintenance, I think is a slight misunderstanding. The maintenance is not how it's designed. It's the mowing of the grass on the detention pond. So we still have to meet all of the requirements that the city sets forth in order for all of the drainage on the entire acreage to be able to be done to a standard that will last 10, 15, 20 years. So we can't just do whatever we want, however we think the drainage will work and be properly done. This is something that's been submitted to the city engineer, meets all of their requirements, and then the maintenance is actually going to be controlled by an HOA. So that's, at the end of the day, it's an HOA that's going to cover that. They will have money set aside to hire a third party that will come and maintain the lawn around the detention pond.
How many roads do you have coming out here?
2. So it'll be a loop.
A loop? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and none of that water is going to come down toward the Baptist church?
No, we're going to set it going west towards the back of the lot, down towards the creek by the railroad tracks.
Anyone else? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. James?
So I kind of want to back up and look at the big picture for just a second. So all we're doing tonight is zoning. You have zoning, then you have subdivision, then you have platting, and so all we're talking about tonight is the zoning issue. It's fine to talk about all of these issues, are certainly of public interest, but that's not the issue here. That's what you have, project engineers, city engineers, and those sorts of things. The zoning ordinance is a separate set of ordinances, and it's a separate statute. Then you move on to subdivision. That's a separate ordinance, several ordinances in fact, separate statutes. That's primarily under the umbrella of the city engineer. And then you get into the building codes. That's once you get past the platting stages and actually get into the building. So many of the issues that are being talked about tonight really are not zoning issues. They are in fact issues that come up during platting, subdivision, inspection, all of those sorts of things. So I just wanted to kind of address those issues as a broad picture. The concept plan does in fact cover the entire acreage. The ordinance is very clear that this is all being, and the reason they reference SF1 is your PD ordinance says it requires you to say what the base or most similar zoning is. So the most similar zoning that you have is SF1, and then all of those requirements apply except where there are variances. And so it's specifically stated in the ordinance that there aren't variances. In fact, instead of variances, there are additions on top of the SF1. So that's why SF1 is represented is the PD ordinance requires the ordinance and the requester to say, here's basically our base ordinance, and this is what we're building off of. And they've not requested any exceptions or variances, so all of those applications apply. And so then you're going to be talking about what occurs in addition to that. We'll not try to hit every point, but I just want to point out that the application is just that. It's an application. It's not part of your ordinance, and it's not part of the statute. As far as the concept plan, the ordinance itself, the ordinance setting out how a PD works is it talks about a graphic depiction. All we are talking about here is how do you zone the entire property. If you look at some of the other PDs in town, you have this piece is SF1, this piece is SF2, this is multifamily. So that's what the concept plan is to do, is to describe for the P&Z and for the council what this is. This doesn't have to be like some of these others because it is all this SF1 based, and it's going to be covering the entire property. Now, the concept plan does show the current concept of what I'll call phase one. I'm not sure that's technically correct, but it does show phase one, but it clearly depicts that entire property, and under the wording of the zoning, all of that will be this PD, which is based on SF1, and it talks of, and he said that there were not requirements. If you look at the ordinance, there in fact is a chart. There's a general condition that has wording, and it also has a chart. If you look at that chart follows the SF1 chart, except it increases the lot size, it adds a tree, it adds the sod, which I think Monty talked about, it adds 2 covered garages, it adds a sidewalk. So you will be covering all of the SF1, plus you do have this chart that sets out the additions, and there are no variances. So I believe that the ordinance as written meets the requirements of having the required concept plan. The ordinance follows some of the other ordinances, and it does waive things like a more detailed development plan at this point, because again, we're not doing a multi-staged flexible thing where you've got multifamily, all kinds of different residential. This is all just one piece of property. Could have been done SF1, but again, it was done as a PD because we negotiated for these additions over standard SF1. Just trying to make sure I'm trying to not repeat, but don't want to miss any bigger issues. They talked about the building materials. That is correct. The city cannot dictate those, but they still have to be required under the building codes to be approved for residential use. So there are requirements within the existing city ordinances that talk about that they have to be approved and have to meet the subdivision, have to meet the building codes, and so those would be things that are acceptable under the building codes, which are international codes for residential use. The road issue, again, that's a subdivision ordinance issue, which will be addressed in the future. There are pieces in the subdivision ordinance that talk about how you have to improve adjoining or conjunctive roads. And again, so that's why I pointed out up front that many of these issues that we're talking about are all going to be issues that are part of the development process that come in after the property is zoned. So I'll be happy to answer any specific questions, but I think between my comments and Monty's comments, I think we've addressed most of those of how this ordinance was drafted, how it was created, and that it does in fact comply with the requirements of the zoning ordinance as it's written.
I have a question. What guarantee do you have 30 some odd acre thing says, what guarantees that you have that someone, they don't come back and change that where multi-family units and things like that? What guarantee, in layman's terms, just not knowing, what guarantees that those things don't happen when they're not being specific about it?
So this ordinance is very specific that it is SF1 plus. So you cannot build multifamily on this piece of property. It has to be SF1 related or single-family property.
So what then is the issue with just making it, laying it out so it is very specific and everything, just so, in the future, something doesn't change?
So the way the zoning works is you have to have permission for that zoning before you can plat. Your subdivision ordinance says you can't file a plat unless it complies with the zoning on that property. So when they come to you with a plat, you're going to be able to look at that plat and then look back at Ordinance 819, and if it's multifamily, then it clearly does not follow or fit under 819, and you can refuse the plat.
Now, regarding some of the design elements that were talked about, which I think is more of a restrictive covenants issue, that would be in the platting phase, correct? Developing restrictive covenants that all of that plat have to abide by, as far as the width of the house in the lot, so that, some of his concerns there are more addressed. Is that correct?
So they certainly will be preparing documents for their HOA, and that is more of a private landowner issue. Zoning is restricted in how detailed a city can get involved in private landowner and personal rights. And so there's this balance between how much can a city do versus how much is a private property owner's rights. And so that's kind of a balancing scale, and different people see the balance a little bit different. And so that's why you typically will see zoning as minimums that are related to some level of argument for public health, safety, and welfare, like how far you space the houses apart, how big the lots are, which affects density and those sorts of things. But I think a lot of what you're talking about really are things that come in under private property interest rights, which typically you do see as restrictive covenants and or homeowners associations or property owners associations, in the more technical term.
And since you're going to have an HOA that is going to have to be in charge of the maintenance of the drainage area, mowing and things like that, will you be presenting all those documents when you file your plat so that they can be reviewed before you file the restrictive covenants at the county level?
If the city requires it, yes.
I do want to address one issue about this issue of drainage. So once the city accepts a road or accepts a drainage, then that is under city maintenance and city operation. What that clause that was talked about quite a bit in there is because we don't want the taxpayers of Howe paying for a developer's or the developer's engineer's mistake. That is in there for the protection of the taxpayers and the tax dollars, and that is why it's in there. You will find very similar language on the plat you just approved. So it's not saying that the city is not going to take care of its roads or its drainage or its responsibilities. What it's saying is that the developer and the developer's engineers have responsibility, one, for making sure that drainage takes place the way it should be, detention ponds. You have the added area of your city engineer who will review all of those plats. They make comments on those plats, and then that language is also in there in the event that neighbor A, and this happens a lot, neighbor A does something and now all of a sudden is diverting their water on neighbor B. That is a private issue between neighbor A and neighbor B, and that's the other reason you see that type of language both in plats and in these type of PDs, because again, we don't want to spend city tax dollars dealing with what should otherwise be private property issues.
Any other questions?
Sorry.
No, you're good.
There's
You're
a
good.
lot here that I'm trying to unpack, and I understand it's really both sides going forward. The part where he talked about the not having input from the school, is that sort of a standard?
So that is a standard in that form. I have not looked at that particular issue. Again, those are forms that are generated. That one probably came from your city engineer from a larger city. I've not worked with that form.
The city was sent, the school was sent a letter, on the zone change, and we didn't get a return back.
Okay.
Is one rail road a Howe road or a county road? And will Ponderosa Road be improved? Right now, it's a hazard. Right now.
So the state law requires that when you annex a property next to the road, the city is required under the statute to annex that. So when the city annexed that property, it annexed that road, and so that road and improvement will be addressed during the subdivision process.
Okay, but will we improve then at that point?
We have a road rehab going this summer that'll address the stretch in front of that church. That'll completely rehab that entire stretch. Now, as we go down the road, when Malachi starts their construction and we have those road rehab fees, then we'll look at that as far as a rebuild for the rest of that stretch.
Anything else?
But apparently, we can still ask questions from the audience, ask another question. I'd like to know what the relationship is with Rudy Investments on this property. They're an owner. I don't know what their involvement is here. They did not sign the application. I think we need to know, what's the business relationship between Rudy and Malachi County?
The question at home for your listening audience is, what is the relationship between Malachi and Rudy Investments?
It's very simple, just two businesses that we originally purchased the 15 acres from his company, and he asked us what we were planning to do with the land. We gave him a very rough drawn example of how we were deciding to break it up, and he asked if we would be interested in partnering with him on expanding that development. And so we said, let us review your proposal, and if it's something that's agreeable to us, that we'd be happy to do it. We reviewed it, kept it very simple. We basically mirrored what we're going to do on the first 15 acres and do it on the second 15 acres, and then we became partners on the second 15 acres. So the first 15 acres is my land. So he has nothing to do with that. The second 15 acres is something that we're working in conjunction with him, but the rezoning is going to, like Monty said, is going to encompass the entire 91 acres so that we don't have the deviation within that parcel of doing a bunch of different things.
Thanks. And just a reminder, public comment is closed, so it's just us. Y'all good?
Yeah, I don't have a question.
We have a motion to approve ordinance 819.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor? All right, any opposed? Okay. All right, it passes. And I believe that is our last agenda item, and we'll close out the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting at 6:55. Okay.
not trust these chairs. Not one bit. I keep my thighs tight, so if I have to sprain up, I can. It happened. Remember the last executive session it happened? Oh, I'd laugh before I hit the ground. I would laugh right now. So you and I are both on little screens today.
Yes.
I even told myself, I was like, hey, you need to get your laptop out and charge it. And I was like, oh, I forgot to do that.
Does anyone have any public comment forms to give me before we start? Monty, can we begin, or do you want me to wait? You're ready. Okay. Good evening. There being a quorum present, this regular session of the Howe City Council is hereby called to order on Tuesday, May 21 at 6:58 p.m. under the Open Meetings Act of the State of Texas. We will now canvass our election and approve the election results as provided by Grayson County. Total votes were 283. Those elected were Sean Tyler with 79 votes, Ricky Price with 72 votes, and Sarah Myrick with 71 votes. Congratulations. According to the Texas Election Code, Title VI, Chapter 67, 2 members of authority constitute a quorum for purpose of canvassing an election. So to the current 2 council members, please raise your hand if you approve the canvassing of the election. Okay, Michael Hill and Billy Ingram approve. Any opposed? None are opposed. Please remove your hats and silence your cell phones. And let's stand for our prayer and pledges. Councilman Billy Ingram will lead us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today. I petition that you be with this body as we see fit to do business for the best interest of the citizens of Howe. Be with us individually and collectively. Give us a spirit of wisdom and discernment. And thank you for your sending your son to die on the cross for us and everything you do. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Now for our pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for our Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Michael threw me off. He started early.
So we're now going
Turn
to
myself
swear in
Yeah.
council members, new council members, in order: Sean Tyler, Ricky Price, and then Sarah Myrick. So, Sean, want to come up front? Do you want a family member up here with you? So if you will, raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Sean Tyler, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the city council the City of Howe, State of Texas, and will do my best, and will do the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Congratulations.
I need you to read this and sign that, and I also need you to sign here.
Ricky Price. So raise your right hand, please. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, Ricky Price, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the City Council of the City of Howe, State of Texas, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Congratulations. Raise your right hand. In the name and by the authority of
In the name and by the authority of
the state of Texas,
the state of Texas,
I, Sarah Myrick,
I, Sarah Myrick,
so solemnly swear
so solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the City Council
of the City Council
of the City of Howe,
of the City of Howe,
Texas,
Texas,
State of Texas, excuse me,
state of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability
and will do the best of my ability
to preserve,
to preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this
so
state.
help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. And while I'm up here, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to recognize Chief Robert Renee. If you will, come on up here, please, sir. So, Chief Renee, he is being recognized for 15 years of outstanding service to the City of Howe. He has been, for 15 years, has been our volunteer fire chief, and he is now our full-time fire chief. And we certainly appreciate you and everything that you do. I appreciate everybody's patience. We'll try to go through this pretty quickly. Citizen comments. The City Council invites citizens to speak to the council on topics not already scheduled for public hearing or on the agenda. Citizens may address the council for a maximum of 2 minutes. The council is unable to respond to or discuss any issues that are brought up during this section that are not on the agenda, other than to make a statement of specific factual information in response to a citizen's inquiry or to recite existing policy in response to the inquiry. I had not received a public comment form from anyone. Was there anyone that I've overlooked? Okay. Then we'll move on to mayor comments. Founders Day Festival has been rescheduled to Saturday, June 15, 2024, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. The Howe Hump Day Network Breakfast is held every first Wednesday of the month from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. here in Summit Gardens. Everyone is welcome to attend. Moving on to the City of Howe proclamation. I'm going to read that real quick. A proclamation of the City of Howe, Texas, recognizing motorcycle safety and awareness and combating motorcycle-related crashes and fatalities. Whereas thousands of Texans ride motorcycles on Texas roadways all year long. The majority of motorcycles are both recreational and transportation and have led to the prevalence of motorcycle crashes and fatalities. And it is essential that all motorists share the road with motorcycles and pay attention while driving. Whereas motorcycles represent only 3% of the registered vehicles in the United States, they account for 14% of all traffic-related fatalities. In 2023, 595 Texans were killed in motorcycle crashes. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration encourages motorcycle safety through its Share the Road and Stop Impaired Riding campaigns, with the goal of protecting motorcyclists. Limiting distractions by motorists, looking twice before changing lanes, and using caution in poor driving conditions can help riders reach their destination safely. Whereas May of each year is dedicated to promoting motorcycle safety and awareness and combating motorcycle-related crashes and fatalities. Drivers of passenger vehicles, trucks, buses, and motorcyclists alike share in the responsibility by taking simple measures such as increasing following distance, constantly using their turn signals, and paying close attention to others on the road. We can promote safety and save lives. Whereas we encourage all Texans to learn more about motorcycle safety and awareness and to help make our roadways safe and secure by paying attention to our drivers and putting down the phone. Therefore, we proudly proclaim May 2024 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. Thank you.
May I make a comment on it?
Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Johnson, and I'm from ABC.
Would you mind coming to the up here to the microphone so everyone can hear?
I can speak pretty loud.
Okay.
Just to let you know that I was selected by my coordinator to come down here. And it just so happens that 3 years ago, just south of Van Alstyne, I was getting ready to go on a ride. And I was going to go down to Hannah to pick up a buddy of mine. I hit County Line Road and was heading down 5. And all of a sudden, boom, this car was out in front of me. And instead of T-boning, I laid her down, slid under the car. We got deposited over at the showroom, okay? Luckily, the only thing I got out of that, thankfully, was the nickname Raspberry. I got a little cut, but other than that. But it's really apparent that you have to pay attention, and I see cars all the time with their phones in their hand, okay? And you're just not paying attention. It's complex, but it can hit home, okay? The ABATE it's a national organization. When it first started, the acronym was something like Association of Bikers Against Totalitarian Examples. It has changed over the time. Our mission is to
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
I stayed over to city council office for a little while until I started reading the agenda off the book. I said, oops, I'm at the wrong spot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to our consent items. These items consist of non-controversial or housekeeping items required by law. Items may be considered individual by any council member making such request prior to a motion and vote on the consent items. 1, discuss, consider, and act upon consent items which are marked by an asterisk, which are minutes of regular council meeting, April 16, 2024, bills being paid for the month, detailed check register report, statement of revenue and expenditures, independent financial, secure deposits, April 30, 2024, recap and standings, April 2024. Do any of our council members wish to discuss this item? And if not, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Sarah makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Billy makes a second. All in favor, please show your hand. All are in favor. Any opposed? None are opposed. Moving on to our action items. Discuss, consider, and act upon a nominee for Mayor Pro Tem. Does the council wish to discuss this item? Does someone have a nominee?
I'll make a motion to nominate Billy Ingram.
Okay. Michael makes a motion to nominate Billy Ingram for Mayor Pro Tem. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Ricky makes a second. All in favor? Show hands, please. Everyone? Anyone opposed? None are opposed.
One abstention.
And one, okay, Billy abstains. Discuss, consider, and act upon resignation of court permit clerk Julia McLaughlin. Does the council wish to discuss this item? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
I have a question.
Absolutely.
I don't think I've received any additional information about the resignation, so my only question is, has this employee resigned from this position?
Ms. McLaughlin resigned effective last Thursday was her last day. And she got another position with, well, she didn't say who her new employer was, but she was asking about TMRS forms, so she might have had another position with another city. But I thought she was a great employee, but she turned in her resignation last week, or 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll motion.
Billy makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Michael makes a second. All in favor to accept the resignation? Everyone is in favor. Any opposed? None are opposed. So technically on the agenda, it says item number 4, discuss, consider, and act upon allowing city administrator to hire a full-time court permit clerk. Does the council wish to discuss this item? And if not, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion that we allow him to act upon
Okay.
getting somebody hired. That's what we did last time.
All right, Michael makes a motion to approve allowing the city administrator to hire a full-time court permit clerk. Do I have a second?
Is the motion for us to go through the same interview process that we did last time?
It would be to, just to allow the city administrator to hire, like, yes, he would still post the application. It's already posted, I believe. So, not the application, but the job position.
We didn't go through the interview process. We gave him the authority to pick.
Right, okay.
So, but the job has been already posted on TML's website.
I'll second Michael's motion. Did I steal it from you?
All right, Billy makes a second. All in favor? Everyone, any opposed? None are opposed. Okay. 5, discuss, consider, and act upon the preliminary and final plat of Price's Duke Street addition to the City of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, being a replat of Jabez Hanning Survey, abstract number 544, being in addition of the City of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, containing 0.986 acres of land, property ID 152612, property description, a tract of land consisting of 0.671 acres of land located in the J. Hanning Survey, abstract number 554, Grayson County, Texas, in the City of Howe, Grayson County, Texas. Property description, a tract of land consisting of 0.279 acres of land located in the J. Hanning Survey, abstract number 544, Grayson County, Texas, in the City of Howe, Grayson County, Texas. Does the council wish to discuss this item? And if not, do I have a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second.
All right, Sarah makes a motion to approve. Billy makes a second. All in favor? All right, so we're gonna, Sean, Michael, Sarah, and Billy are in favor. Any opposed? None are opposed. Anybody abstain? Ricky abstains. Number 6, discuss, consider, and act upon a final plat for Noble Ridge Phase 1A, being a 42.063 acre tract of land located in the Mary Miller Survey, abstract number 776, in the City of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, property ID 438348. Does the council wish to discuss this item? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Michael makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ricky will make a second. All in favor? Everyone is in favor. Anyone opposed? None are opposed. Ordinance number 819, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, amending Howe's zoning ordinance as amended to rezone a tract of land consisting of 91.31 plus or minus acres of land located in the Lemuel Thornburg Survey, abstract number 1215, and the W.A. Park Survey, abstract number 925, situated in Grayson County, Texas, and being all of it called 91.25 acre tract of land conveyed to ARC STX Holdings LLC by deed of record in volume 4740, page 315 of the official records of Grayson County, Texas, in the City of Howe, Grayson County, Texas, heretofore temporarily classified as a agricultural district until permit zoning is established by the City Council, providing that the tract is hereby rezoned as a planned development district and placed in the planned development district 7 zoning classification, describing the tract to be rezoned, providing a penalty clause, saving and repealing clause, severability clause, and an effective date, and providing for the publication of the caption heretofore. So we will now open this up for a public hearing for ordinance number 819. Does anyone of the public wish to speak on this matter? And if you do, I ask that you go to the microphone and state your name and address, please.
My name is Kent Louder, and y'all get to listen to me again. My wife, Lynn, and I own the property immediately to the south of this 91 acres. And by the way, Lynn would have been here, but she already had plans for an out-of-town trip, or else she would have been here for this. We don't live in the city limits, but we do, our property that, well, it's currently mostly farming property is in the city limits. It's approximately 95 acres. So I'm gonna go through and address some of these things, and I want to address some of the comments that were made that the city attorney and the city administrator made during P&Z on this. So first of all, as a planned development, this one's being done a little bit different than well, as far as I'm aware, the others that have been done in the city, and that there would be a development agreement. It's not required, but development agreements are common, and so lots of these things that we're talking about would have been done in a development agreement, and that's done as a negotiation between the city and the developer. So lots of things get addressed. It can be a give and take at that point. And it, like for instance, on Noble Ridge, the development agreement, the council acted on that prior to the zoning change. Right? And that's really important, because once you make the zoning change, you've given up a big part of your leverage, okay, for a negotiation, right? Once that's done, it's done, kind of thing. That the gate, is now closed on that. So I'm not exactly sure why here they didn't do a development agreement, but that would have been the place to address a lot of these things. And so this is being done a little bit different. And I know that the city attorney said that there's other steps, and there are other steps going forward, and one of them being the subdivision ordinance. Well, the subdivision ordinance addresses streets and that sort of thing. It doesn't have anything to do with like the zoning or the houses and those kinds of things that are being built at all. It doesn't have anything to do with that, okay? And so we're pushing a lot of stuff down the road that normally is not done with a PD if this gets approved the way it sits right now, okay? And as I said earlier, and I want to say this again, this is really important. We're not against quality, low-density development out there. Right? We are actually in favor of that. But it needs to be done in such a way that the risks of things going wrong get addressed, okay? What I saw and what I heard in P&Z was, words from people, words from the city attorney, words from Mr. Nunez that, well, here's what we intend to do. Okay, awesome, right? And as long as those people are there and they stick to their word, that's great. If they aren't there and they don't stick to their word, or things change, right, then well, things change, right? As I said earlier, who is Rudy Investments going to sell the rest of that property to? Does anybody know? Right, and what's that? Whoever that is, what's their intention with that? In the objection 1 says, the ordinance says, the conceptual plan shall show the applicant's intent for use of the land within the proposed plan development district. That's the 91 acres. They're showing a plan for 30 acres. The attorney and the city administrator did not address the question of what's the plan for the other 60 acres. It's in the ordinance. It's required to say what's the plan for this property. And that's the 60 acres that's adjacent to our property with that. So I don't understand, why, I don't understand why it is we can't do this and do it right. I guess that's, that's a real fundamental issue that I've got here. Yeah, the public school thing, it sounds like we're not going to take that seriously based on those comments. Whenever we were trying to get a development agreement on our land, and I had a conversation with the school superintendent, that was the first he knew that this question even existed, because no developer had ever been in his office and talked to him before, okay? When are we going to start doing things right? On the parks and open space, okay. What was not addressed, I did not hear addressed, is there a plan to build a park out there? Is there a plan to build a park? Can I ask that question? Or maybe he addresses it later.
We're not allowed to answer your questions, but you're allowed to make a statement.
Okay. Well, that was not addressed, and that's a really, really important thing, right? So, and you would expect that if there was a park, it would be in the plan with there. And as I said earlier, the $1,600, if you side with a developer and give them the $1,600, you're siding significant advantage to the developer versus the city and the citizens of Howe. So that's a huge advantage for the developer if you give them the $1,600 in lieu of payment instead of actually dedicating land and building a park. And by the way, that requires council action. It's not just a matter of, oh, well, when they come in, we're going to charge them this. You have to do that, okay? And that's not in here. It's not addressed at all. I don't know why it is not addressed on that. You know, the question on the setback, and I know that they're going to have to do septic systems in there, and basically what we got going on here is hand waving. I don't know how much, what's really is needed back there, and that's not been addressed. There's waving hands and saying, oh, well, they might need more room on there, okay? The drainage thing, I appreciate what the city attorney said about the drainage, and that makes sense. That's not what this says, okay? And Mr. Nunez says they're gonna have an HOA to mow the grass in the detention pond in there. But what this says in the ordinance, the city shall not be liable for any issues related to drainage, stormwater, surface water, water detention areas of ponds, or other waste management issues. The city shall not be liable for any. Okay, that's not what the city attorney said. And I guess, and what he said made sense. My question is, given that y'all have had this for a month, why can't we do it right? Why can't we write it up and get it done right? Because what this says is, and words matter, right? Words matter whenever you get into a civil court, right? In the future, that it matters. Why can't we do it right? Deed restrictions, yeah, I guess you're just going to do whatever they want to do on any of those things. The city's giving up their position to be able to negotiate. The roads, there's going to be a road fee. I didn't hear an answer of if the road's going to be fixed or not. There's going to be a road. There's going to be some money collected. Yeah, there's other issues inside the ordinance that are not going to be addressed, apparently. Or at least if y'all agree with the P&Z folks on this. Again, I want to point out in zoning ordinance on page 11, let's see here. Yeah, ordinance 528, under Plan Development District, it says all these things will be done with due respect to the protection of surrounding property. And I'm here to tell you, the owners of the only surrounding property in the city limits are asking you to push this back and do it right and address these things, where it'll be done in such a way that 15 or 20 years from now, we can all go, this is good. This is a good thing, because it's got risks in it. And they're not even giving you a plan for the whole piece of property. How can we say that's okay with that? And again, all of these issues that we raised them a month ago. Not a soul came to us to talk to us about them, ask us about them, nothing, okay? So, something else I want to point out that, so on this council action, if you go against, no, never mind, sorry on that, never mind. That is not relevant, okay. So again, we support the quality, low density development on the property. I think it would be a great thing over there, on the, I guess that would end up being the northeast part of town. We feel like things ought to be done according to the ordinances. We think things ought to be done in such a way that address risk in things that can go wrong going into the future, because we know all those things can happen. I know there's great intentions here, and people got plans and those sorts of things. Okay, let's write them down, okay? And let's get them to where we've got commitments in there. The drainage thing, I don't get that. I don't know why we've got words like this in here. the city engineer, or I think the city attorney said the city engineer's got responsibility there and that sort of thing. Again, the people that are going to have to live with the problems, they're not even in here right now, okay? Right, so the city engineer doesn't have to do a good job, the developer, the builder, none of them have to do good jobs with this, and it's going to be left on the homeowners. Now, I understand there can be issues because somebody built a fence, and caused the water to flow on somebody else's property. That's not what this says. It says the city has no responsibility whatsoever on drainage issues. I don't think, surely y'all don't think that's okay. I sure hope you don't. So my question is, or would be, why can't we write down what we really intend? Why can't we get it right in here? Okay. Thank you for your time. Yep, I guess that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Okay, we will now end our public hearing and return to regular session. Number 7, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 819. Does the council wish to discuss this item?
I'd like to discuss.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to, I don't know if it's working. It's on.
Is it?
I don't know. Oh, that's why it sounds. So I would like to thank Mr. Louder for bringing your objections, and I think it's always good when citizens are involved in what's happening with their neighboring properties, and I think that that is one of the great things about Howe, especially in the last few years, is we have no end of involved citizens, and I love that about our town. I also know that in this ordinance there is a section that states the city staff may require a detailed site plan in the future without further action of the council. The information on the concept plan, which is what we're using to change the zoning ordinance today, is sufficient to determine the appropriate use of the land, but the future detailed site plan will not deviate from it. From the wording in this ordinance, it looks to me like we are protecting the city to make sure that they're going to use it in the way that they have said that they have. Now, the concept plan is a little bit vague by nature, because I'm sure they're still working out the details of what their 30 acres are going to look like. But I do understand why we're doing it this way. I'm also a huge fan of low-density housing for the city of Howe. I think, as most of us know, I've been very vocal about that. So I think we have to be welcoming to those folks who are going to do the smaller developments, because they're the ones that are going to put the heart and soul in it. Big developers, while they do bring things to the city that are important, they're not going to be the ones that are here. These are the guys who are going to be more likely to build their own house in the development and be our neighbors. Not that that's a plan. I don't know if that's a plan, but so thank you, Mr. Louder, but also thank you to the Nunezes for seeing the potential that is in Howe and for being willing to put a quality product to work with the city. And I am assuming that we are going to make sure that as we move forward with site plans or development agreements or whatever it is that we need to do moving forward, that we're going to make sure that citizen objections are addressed the best that they can be.
Absolutely, and I think we tried to address Mr. Louder's objections. Is that correct?
Yeah, we are obviously big fans of Mr. Louder, at least I am, and we want to do everything to help protect his property as well. When it's zoned SF1, there's no guarantee that I'll be here. There's no guarantee that any of us will be here when they decide to finally develop that property. But if we are and we have that relationship, well, we'll certainly try to make sure and establish that SF1 and not vary away from that. As Mr. Louder has pointed out, there are no guarantees. But, when it is zoned SF1 and it's annexed, it isn't zoned multifamily, or it isn't zoned townhomes, or so right now it would be zoned the highest quality that we have, and I don't know what else to say.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council or comments? Okay, if not, do I have a motion to approve ordinance number 819?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Sarah makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Billy makes a second. All in favor, show of hands, please. All right, so Billy, Sarah, Michael, and Ricky are in favor. Anyone opposed?
I oppose.
Sean is opposing. Motion passes. Ordinance number 820. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, adopting a local property tax exemption for qualifying child care facilities as defined by Texas Tax Code 11.36 and amending Chapter 24, Taxation of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Howe, Texas, by adding Article 4, Child Care Facility Exemption, providing, repealing savings and severability clauses, finding and determining the meeting at which this ordinance is adopted was open to the public as required by law, providing for publication and an effective date. We will now have a public hearing for ordinance number 820. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this ordinance? And if so, would you please go to the microphone and state your name and address? So we do not, so we will end the public hearing, return to regular session. Number 8, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 820. Does the council wish to discuss this item? And if not, do I have a motion to approve?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve.
Michael makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second.
Sean is making a second. All in favor, show of hands, please. Everyone is in favor. Any opposed? None are opposed. Ordinance number 821, an ordinance of the City of Howe, Texas, revising and establishing a sewage pretreatment program, repealing provisions of any ordinance in conflict with this ordinance, providing a penalty not to exceed $2,000 for violation, establishing a repeal clause, establishing a savings clause, establishing an effective date, and finding and determining that the meeting at which this ordinance is passed was noticed and is open to the public as required by law. We will now have a public hearing for ordinance number 821. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak? And if so, would you please go to the microphone and state your name and address?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor McDonald, council members, and Mr. Walker. I'm Nathan Whidden with the City of Sherman. I'm here to answer any questions or concerns you have about the ordinance.
Does the council have any questions?
To quote Mr. Segleski from the Planning and Zoning Committee, can you put this in layman's terms?
I can. So this current ordinance 821 has been in effect for many years, and what we're proposing with this ordinance is to make some modifications to the metals limits or limits that are established in the ordinance currently now, and revise some definitions, and very simply bring the ordinance current. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality requires that we modify this ordinance. The City of Sherman has passed this same ordinance already, and because we have an industrial waste pretreatment agreement with the City of Howe, we just need to adopt those same changes in the City of Howe.
So it's not changing any limits to what we move to you to process in any way?
Well, it does change the metals limits that are in the ordinance. It does modify those and update those. Our wastewater discharge permit that the City of Sherman has required that we amended and modify our ordinances, including the metals limits. So we're just responding to that. Those modifications were a technical-based evaluation and then approved by the TCEQ. So basically, because we changed limits in our ordinance that were less stringent, then it became a substantial change to the state. So we had to then go to the City of Sherman Council, get approval, and then do the same thing with the City of Howe.
So it's limits on how the wastewater is processed, not what we send to you, is just what I'm asking.
It's the limits that we established for the industries that are located in the City of Sherman and the City of Howe, what we consider significant industrial users that are large industries.
Okay.
It's basically adjusting the ordinance to keep up with TCEQ requirements as to what industry and manufacturing can So what they have to filter, what they have to handle before they dump it into the public sewer system.
But it doesn't affect in any way what we would have to handle.
No, no, because you're a subscriber, what we call a subscriber city, and you discharge into Sherman's wastewater collection system, and we treat it. We just want to make sure that this ordinance provides protections to the city of Howe sewer system and the city of Sherman. So an industrial user comes and wants to discharge, we go through the permitting process and make sure that they're being protective, they're meeting limits, and they don't impact the city of Howe collection system or Sherman. So.
Really, the only effect this has on the city of Howe is toughener. That's really the only industry that we have that would, have any impact on this.
And currently, they're not considered what we consider a significant industrial user. So right now, they wouldn't be impacted by those metals limits.
Any other questions from the council right now? Thank you, sir.
Oh, certainly.
Anyone from the public anybody else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Since we don't have anyone else, we'll now end the public hearing, return to regular session. Number 9, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 821. Does the council wish to discuss this item further? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
A motion.
Sean? Yes. Sean will make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Billy is making a second. All in favor, show of hands, please. All are in favor. Any opposed? None are opposed. Ordinance number 822, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, amending ordinance number 815, ordinance number 680, ordinance number 567, ordinance number 580, ordinance number 610, and ordinance number 674, building code provisions and providing regulations and permit and inspection fees, repealing all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing for a penalty and an effective date. We will now have a public hearing for ordinance number 822. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this matter? And if so, would you please go to the microphone and state your name and address? Okay, we do not have anyone from the public who wishes to speak, so we will now return to regular session. End our public hearing, return to regular session. Item number 10, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 822. Does the council wish to discuss this item? And if so, or if not, do I have a motion to approve?
So what was the reason why we're amending this again?
I'll let Monty speak on that.
I think some changes.
This is a very minor change. Basically, it relates to the plan review and inspection fees. This basically allows our engineer to cover our costs on that. We had it kind of tagged in the wrong box with housing permit fees, so this will amend that. Also, there were some items, we have Bureau Veritas do a lot of most of our inspections and permits. There were a couple items that were below what they charge us, so we've amended the fees, and those are really, instead of being, they're really minimal. So we were paying Bureau Veritas $85 and we were charging $75. So we made that amendment. And basically, a lot of these fees now are Bureau Veritas's fees that we pay plus 15% for administration fee. And we've covered ourselves on that, just so we don't lose money on permits and things.
Any other questions from the council or comments? Do I have a motion to approve ordinance number 822?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Sarah makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Michael makes a second. All in favor? Show of hands, please. Everyone is in favor. Are there any opposed? There are none opposed. Moving on to executive session, the City Council will convene in closed session pursuant to the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code. Executive session as authorized by Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter, Open Meetings Act. Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, deliberation regarding real property. Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personnel matters. Discussion items are real estate development matters and development procedures, Ponderosa Point, Noble Ridge, Grace Meadows, Saddleback, Impression Homes, Howe Meadows, Centurion, waste treatment plant property, personnel annual reviews for Public Works Director, Code Enforcement Officers, City Secretary, Fire Chief, Police Chief. The council will now go into executive session, and the time is 7:48 p.m. Sorry, Michelle.
Killing me. What is that, a spider?
We have to get a couple votes, or a vote. Is it on?
Oh, well, I'll turn mine off then.
The council will now reconvene into open session. The time is 10:59 PM. Discuss, consider, and act upon any items listed under closed or executive session if needed. No action. Item 12, discuss, consider, and act upon approving right of entry agreement for survey of property, authorized signatures for agreements, and authorized survey work. Do I have a motion?
I move to authorize city mayor and staff to engage a surveyor and to enter the right of entity or entry documents and agreements to perform survey work.
Okay. All right, so Sean makes the motion and Michael makes a second. All in favor, show of hands, please. All are in favor. Any opposed? None are opposed. If there's no further business to come before this council, this meeting stands adjourned at 11 p.m. Thank you. Have a good night.
Follow.